Today, I want you to enter a deeper truth. Your manifestation is not coming someday, it is entering your reality today, in this moment, in this breath, in this shift within you right now. Everything you have been desiring, imagining, and calling toward you has already been formed in the unseen. What you call your future is simply a completed pattern awaiting your acceptance. And the moment you assume it as done fully, quietly, confidently, it begins its journey into visibility. Today marks a turning point because you are no longer the person waiting. You are the person receiving. Reality does not change through effort, it changes through identity. When you change how you see yourself, you change what can enter your life. When you decide that the desire is already yours, your world reorganizes itself around that decision. People shift, circumstances move, paths open, and the invisible starts to take form around the new state you occupy. Your senses might try to argue, they may show you remnants of what you used to believe, but understand this, the world you see is old news. It is a shadow of your past assumptions. It is not your destiny. It is not your prophecy. It is simply an echo. And today, you stop answering echoes. You no longer look to the physical world for reassurance. You look within. You return to the inner feeling of, it is done, and you stay there. Not with strain, not with effort, but with a quiet certainty. A certainty that grows every time you choose the end instead of the doubt. A certainty that strengthens every time you reject the old self and step into the version of you who already has what you desire. Feel the reality of your wish fulfilled. Hear the words you longed to hear. See the outcome you once only hoped for. Let it be real to you, so real that the outer world must bend, must shift, must reshape itself to reflect your inner conviction. Today you become the one who already has it. Today you become the version of yourself that no longer hopes, but knows. Today the invisible becomes visible. Your manifestation is entering your reality not because the world has changed, but because you have. And once you make this shift, nothing can stop what is unfolding. Nothing can delay what is already yours. Nothing can interrupt what your inner world has accepted as truth. Walk forward today with a calm boldness. Hold the end as your reality. Speak from the state of fulfillment. Act from the identity of completion. And allow the world to catch up to the version of you that already exists. Whole, complete, blessed, and receiving. Because whether you feel ready or not, whether the evidence is here or not, whether your old story tries to whisper its way back or not, your manifestation is entering your reality today. It has begun, and nothing can stop it now. When we speak of assuming the feeling of already receiving, we are talking about a radical shift in consciousness. One that transcends logic and reason and moves straight into the realm of inner knowing. Most people wait for the external world to confirm their desires as if reality is the judge of what they can have. But the truth is far more profound. The world is not the source of your blessings. Your inner state is. Everything you wish for, every dream you hold, exists first and foremost in the unseen realm. It is formed in your imagination long before it manifests in the physical. To assume the feeling of already receiving is to align yourself with that unseen reality, to take it as complete and real even when your senses insist otherwise. It is the conscious act of stepping into the end of your desire, of living as if it is already done. When you do this, a remarkable transformation occurs. Your mind, which was once a field of doubt and hesitation, becomes a fertile ground for creation. You stop arguing with the evidence of your senses and begin to live in the certainty of the unseen. This is not mere positive thinking or wishful visualization. It is a deep, unwavering inner conviction that the thing you want is already yours. The feeling of already receiving acts like a magnetic force, drawing circumstances, people, and opportunities into alignment with your inner state. The universe responds to the vibration of your belief, and the external world begins to mirror the reality you have embraced within. It is crucial to understand that this is not about forcing or striving. There is no need for struggle or frantic effort. The assumption of the feeling of already receiving is a quiet, confident state. It is a knowing that surpasses reasoning, a stillness that radiates assurance. When you maintain this state, the outer world has no choice but to conform. You are no longer at the mercy of time, chance, or external events. Your inner acceptance becomes the only doorway through which the unseen can become seen. The moment you embody this feeling, you create a vacuum in which manifestation can enter. Most people fail to receive because they cling to the old self, the version of themselves that doubts, fears, or feels unworthy. To assume the feeling of already receiving is to leave that old self behind, to step fully into a new identity, the one that already has what it desires. Every thought, every emotion, every action begins to flow from this new state. You no longer look to the outside world for validation. Your fulfillment is internal, absolute, and complete. In this state, waiting becomes unnecessary because receiving has already occurred in consciousness. The law of imagination operates perfectly. What you accept as real in your inner world must manifest in the outer world. Until then, answer the question, Bishop, do you? To practice this daily is to live in a constant state of creation. You imagine with all the senses of your being, feel the joy, the gratitude, and the satisfaction of having your desire fulfilled, and hold that reality as true. In doing so, you align yourself with the natural process of manifestation. The unseen cannot remain invisible to one who has fully accepted it. Now, the feeling of already receiving is the key, the doorway, and the bridge between desire and reality. And when embraced, it transforms your life entirely, allowing every dream to take form in its perfect time. To truly step into the realm of manifestation, one must learn to detach from the evidence of the senses. Most people live as though their reality is determined by what they see, hear, touch, and experience externally. They mistake the physical world for the ultimate authority on what is possible, believing that if something is not yet visible or tangible, it is not real. But physical reality is never the origin of your desires. It is the result. It is the echo, the delayed effect of an inner state that has already been formed. The imagination is the true creative power, and the senses merely report back what has been accepted internally. To detach from the evidence of the senses is to recognize that the external world is not a judge, but a mirror, reflecting the state of consciousness within you. When you understand this, you begin to shift your focus from what is apparently true to what is eternally true in your inner world. The physical world may seem unyielding, slow, or contradictory, but this is only because it moves in accordance with your beliefs and assumptions, not with your wishes or desires alone. The outer world does not dictate what is possible, your imagination does. What is unseen is always ahead of what is seen, and when you anchor yourself in the inner reality, the external world is compelled to catch up. Detachment from the senses is not a denial of reality. It is an understanding that reality, as you perceive it, is temporary and flexible. It is a tool to be used, not a master to obey. This detachment requires faith, not faith in the world, but faith in the unseen. It requires the courage to hold on to what you desire despite contrary appearances. The senses may present obstacles, delays, or contradictions, but these are not failures. They are simply indicators of the delay between inner creation and outer manifestation. By refusing to accept the outward evidence as final, you maintain the purity of your inner vision. You continue to live and act as though your desire is already accomplished, refusing to be swayed by what has not yet materialized. This is the essence of inner mastery. To recognize that the unseen is more real than the seen, and to give your attention entirely to that which is true in imagination. Detachment from the senses also means freeing yourself from doubt, worry, and impatience. These feelings arise when we believe that what we see is the only truth. When you detach, you are no longer governed by appearances. You are free to create without resistance, to imagine without interference, and to hold steady in the certainty of your desired outcome. In this state, the external world becomes a canvas upon which the inner reality paints itself. The senses no longer dictate your possibilities. They merely witness the unfolding of what has already been accepted within. When you consistently detach from the evidence of the senses, you align with the natural law of creation. You understand that everything manifests first in consciousness and only later in the physical world. The unseen is the source. The seen is the reflection. Your task is to nurture the source, to live within it, and to trust that the reflection will inevitably follow. Physical reality may lag, but it can never deny what has been accepted and assumed in the mind. Detachment from the senses is the bridge between imagination and manifestation, the key to transforming your dreams into undeniable reality. To persist in the invisible is to understand the profound truth that your desire already exists in its perfect and complete form. It is not something you are waiting to obtain. It is something that has already been created within the realm of imagination. Most people become frustrated, discouraged, or doubtful when the external world does not immediately reflect what they long for. They look for signs, evidence, or confirmation. And when these are delayed, they waver. But the law of creation does not operate on the timetable of the senses. The invisible precedes the visible. Your desire, in its essence, is already finished. The only task before you is to remain faithful to that invisible reality, to hold it as real in your consciousness until it manifests. Persistence in the invisible requires unwavering loyalty to the end you have chosen. This is not a superficial affirmation or fleeting hope. It is a deep inner commitment. You must refuse to engage with doubts, fears, or old stories that suggest your desire is not possible. Every thought, every emotion, every action must be aligned with the assumption that your wish is already fulfilled. This is the discipline of the imagination, to remain steadfast in the unseen even when the outer world suggests otherwise. The moment you falter, the manifestation is delayed, not because it is impossible, but because your inner state has shifted away from completion. When you persist in the invisible, you cultivate a consciousness that is immune to external contradictions. The world may seem slow, obstacles may appear, and circumstances may test your patience, but none of this can touch the reality that exists within you. Your inner vision is invincible, and your faith in it acts like a gravitational force, drawing all necessary elements toward realization. To persist is to trust the unseen completely, knowing that the law of imagination is infallible. Whatever you assume as real in your consciousness will inevitably express itself in the physical world. The unseen is the blueprint, the visible is the construction. Stay loyal to the blueprint, and the manifestation becomes inevitable. This persistence also demands that you cultivate a sense of inner peace and confidence. To remain faithful to the invisible does not require anxiety, effort, or struggle. It requires a quiet certainty, a calm knowing that your desire is already yours. You imagine with vivid clarity, feel the emotions of fulfillment, and live from that state every day. You do not look for confirmation from the outside. The unseen has no need for evidence. It is complete in itself. Your task is to remain aligned with it, to act, think, and feel from the end result, and to let the world catch up. To persist in the invisible is to honor the power of your own consciousness. It is to recognize that creation begins within, and that what is unseen is more real than what is seen. By staying loyal to the end you have chosen, you allow the universe to orchestrate every detail, to bring the right people, opportunities, and circumstances into alignment with your inner reality. This unwavering persistence is the secret that transforms dreams into facts, wishes into experience, and imagination into undeniable reality. Your desire is already complete. Your only responsibility is to remain faithful until it manifests. To allow the old self to fade is to understand that the life you desire cannot enter a mind still clinging to past limitations, old habits, or former identities. Most people carry with them a sense of who they were, replaying the memories of failure, disappointment, and restriction as if they define what is possible. Yet, the self that existed yesterday is not equipped to hold the blessings of today or tomorrow. The future you want requires a consciousness unburdened by what has already passed. It requires a clean slate of belief, an inner openness that allows the new to take root and flourish. Clinging to the old self is the greatest barrier to manifestation. For as long as you rehearse yesterday, you are blind to the reality that has already been created within your imagination. The fading of the old self begins with awareness. You must see the habits, beliefs, and thought patterns that no longer serve your highest vision. You must confront the mental scripts that replay limitations, lack, or failure, and recognize them as relics of a former identity. These scripts are not truths. They are echoes of a mind that once believed in restrictions. To hold on to them is to invite stagnation, to allow the past to dictate what your present and future can be. When you consciously release these old patterns, you create space for a new self to emerge. The self that already possesses the qualities, confidence, and identity of the fulfilled being you aspire to become. Letting the old self fade is also an act of courage, for it requires you to step into the unknown. The old self is familiar, comfortable, and predictable, even if it is limiting. The new self, by contrast, is born in imagination, in the unseen realm where your desires already exist. To nurture this new self, you must adopt thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that align with the fulfilled state you wish to experience. You must walk, speak, and act as the person who already has what you seek. Every action from this new identity strengthens the fading of the old, until the old self no longer holds sway over your consciousness. The process is not instantaneous, but it is relentless in its effect. Each time you reject doubt, fear, limitation, you dissolve a fragment of the old identity. Each time you affirm your new state, imagine your fulfillment vividly, or feel the emotions of having what you desire, the old self becomes more distant. The mind that once rehearsed scarcity now rehearses abundance. The heart that once clung to disappointment now beats with anticipation of what is already yours. The fading of the old self is not a denial of past experience. It is an acknowledgement that your past does not define your potential. It is a conscious release of the barriers that have kept you from living as the completed version of yourself. When the old self has faded, the new self occupies the mind fully. You are no longer pulled backward by fear, regret, or limitation. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions flow from a state of fulfillment and completion. In this state, the future you desire has the freedom to enter and manifest, unimpeded by the habits and beliefs of what has already passed. The fading of the old self is essential, for nothing new can be received while the mind rehearses the old. As you let go and step fully into your imagined reality, you create a powerful current that draws your desires from the invisible into the visible, transforming your life entirely. The moment you recognize that today is the turning point, you step into a profound truth. The external world is not the master of your reality. It is a reflection of your inner state. Too often, people wait for circumstances to change, for opportunities to appear, or for conditions to align before they allow themselves to feel complete. Yet every change in the outer world begins with a change within. When you shift your inner state, when you alter the way you feel, think, and perceive, you initiate a chain reaction that instantly begins to rearrange your external circumstances. Today is not just another day. It is the day your consciousness can pivot, the day you can decide that everything you desire is no longer a distant possibility, but a present reality within your mind. To understand this turning point is to grasp the power of inner transformation. Your outer world is simply a mirror reflecting the state of your consciousness. It does not create, it reflects. Therefore, waiting for external validation, approval, or evidence is a form of resistance. The true turning point occurs when you stop looking outward for confirmation and begin to look inward for assurance. The moment you assume the feeling of fulfillment, satisfaction, and completion, you signal to the universe or to the law of consciousness that the invisible is now your reality. The outer world, bound to follow the inner, begins to respond immediately, aligning people, situations, and events with the state you have chosen. This turning point requires a conscious decision. It is not accidental, it is deliberate. You must refuse to entertain doubt, fear, or old stories of limitation. You must embrace the certainty that your desires are already accomplished. and allow this certainty to permeate your being. As you do, you notice subtle shifts. Doors open where there were walls, opportunities appear where there was delay, and people respond differently to your presence. These are the first signs that the inner shift is taking effect. The invisible has begun to express itself in the visible. Persistence is crucial even after the shift. Today is the turning point, but the outer manifestation will continue to evolve according to your inner fidelity. Every thought, every feeling, every action from this moment onward either reinforces the turning point or pulls you back into the old state. To remain aligned is to hold steady in the awareness that the desired reality is now your own, even if it has not yet fully appeared. The more completely you inhabit this inner state, the faster the outer world rearranges itself in accordance with it. This turning point is also liberating. It frees you from the tyranny of past disappointments, delays, and limitations. It frees you from waiting for a perfect time, a perfect sign, or a perfect condition. The moment you shift internally, the universe responds with perfect timing, bringing your desire into form in ways you may not yet imagine. Today, when you embrace this inner shift, is the day your life can change dramatically. Today is the day you move from waiting to receiving, from hoping to knowing, from dreaming to living the reality you have already imagined. When you step fully into this turning point, you no longer negotiate with the world. You act from certainty, you speak from completion, you think from fulfillment. And as your inner reality takes precedence, the outer reality inevitably bends, unfolds, and arranges itself in perfect alignment with the life you have long desired. Today is the turning point, and everything is about to follow. To walk as the one who has it now is to embody a truth that few truly understand. Reality is not a force outside of you dictating your experience. It is a mirror reflecting the state of your consciousness. Most people live as if fulfillment, success, love, or abundance are somewhere in the future waiting for them to arrive. They think that by chasing circumstances or seeking external validation, they can finally have what they desire. Yet the true law of creation operates in reverse. The inner world shapes the outer world. When you carry the feeling, the knowing, and the consciousness of already having your desire, the outer world has no choice but to respond. It is not a matter of hoping, wishing, or striving. It is a matter of becoming the reality you wish to experience. Walking as the one who has it now begins in the mind and heart. You must imagine your desire fulfilled, feel it as real, and allow it to permeate every thought, emotion, and action. This is not a superficial act of pretending, it is a deep alignment with your fulfilled self. Every word you speak, every gesture you make, every decision you take flows from this state of completion. You do not act from lack, limitation, or need. You act from abundance, certainty, and wholeness. In this way, your inner state dictates the terms of your outer world. The world responds to the reality you inhabit, not the reality you wish were true. To embody fulfillment fully, you must also release attachment to timing, evidence, and appearances. The outer world may not immediately mirror your inner reality, and yet this does not diminish your state. You do not wait for signs or proof. The proof exists within you. You live, speak, and behave as the one who has already received, and in doing so, you create a magnetic force that draws circumstances, people, and opportunities into alignment. The universe or the law of consciousness has no choice but to match what has already been accepted internally. You become a living testament to the power of inner alignment, a force through which the unseen manifests naturally and inevitably. Walking as the one who has it now also transforms your identity. You are no longer the person who hopes, struggles, or doubts. You are the person who knows, acts, and expresses from fulfillment. This shift is profound because it changes the way you approach every situation. Obstacles no longer intimidate you, delays no longer frustrate you, and other people's opinions no longer sway you. Your inner reality is unshakable, and the outer world must bend to it. You begin to navigate life with a calm certainty, a quiet authority that emanates from alignment rather than force. The more consistently you inhabit this state, the faster and more complete your manifestation becomes. Every thought and feeling reinforces your fulfilled state. Every action taken from this consciousness strengthens the reality you already possess internally. You are no longer waiting for the world to give you what you imagined. You have already given it to yourself. And because the inner and outer are always in perfect correspondence, the world adjusts naturally, harmoniously, and instantly. When you walk as the one who has it now, you live in a perpetual state of creation. Your inner world is rich, complete, and overflowing. Reality cannot resist, it must follow. Every step, every word, every breath becomes an act of manifestation. You are no longer a seeker, you are the fulfilled. The invisible is now visible, and the life you imagined is your life lived fully. As we bring this journey to a close, remember this truth. Everything you have imagined, everything you have desired, is not somewhere in the distant future. It is already complete in the unseen, waiting only for your inner acceptance to reveal it. Your reality is not shaped by circumstance, chance, or the opinions of others. It is shaped entirely by the state of your consciousness. When you assume the feeling of having already received, detach from the evidence of the senses, persist in the invisible, release the old self, embrace the turning point, and walk as the one who has it now, you align fully with the flow of creation itself. Your manifestation is not a dream, it is a present reality, unfolding as you hold steadfast in faith, certainty, and inner knowing. The outer world cannot resist the truth of the fulfilled state within you. As you continue to live from this place of completion, you will witness doors opening, opportunities appearing, and life rearranging itself in perfect harmony with your vision. Everything you have asked for, imagined, and longed for is entering your reality today, because you have aligned yourself to receive it fully. Carry this awareness with you. Walk forward as the person who already possesses what has been sought. Speak, act, and feel from fulfillment, and let the world catch up to the reality you have created inside. There is no waiting, no hoping, no doubt, only knowing. The power to manifest has always been within you, and now you are ready to live it. Thank you for taking this journey today. May you embrace your fullness, step boldly into the reality you have imagined, and witness the miraculous unfolding of your desires. Everything you want already exists in the unseen. Your desire is not a request for something to come into existence. It is a revelation of what is already yours. The moment an idea is born within you, the fulfillment of that idea has been set into motion. You wouldn't feel the desire unless the version of you who already has it is calling you forward. You have been told that manifestation takes time, that success requires long struggles. that prayers remain unanswered for reasons unknown. But today you are rewriting the rules. You are reclaiming your divine authority. You are learning the fastest way to your desires, a method so powerful that in 3 days everything can shift. 3 days is not a countdown. It is not a waiting period. 3 days is a state of assumption held without contradiction. It is the unwavering inner knowing that what you have imagined has already happened. Day 1, you decide. You choose the end result. You stop asking if it will happen and begin living from the truth that it already has. You see the world from the eyes of the person who has succeeded. You walk differently, you speak differently, you feel differently. You claim your desire as reality, not fantasy. Day 2, you persist. Doubts may knock, old stories may rise, but you stay loyal to your chosen end. You do not argue with appearances. You do not negotiate with fear. You do not look to the outer world for confirmation. You remain in the inner world, the world that shapes truth. You feed the feeling of victory until it becomes effortless. Day 3, you rest, not a passive rest, but a victorious one. You allow the unseen power to do what you have already done internally. You walk through the day knowing the bridge of events is unfolding. You celebrate before the evidence. You trust that what you felt real is real, and the physical must follow. This 3-day process is not magic, it is law. You do not manifest by hoping, you manifest by assuming. Every desire requires only one thing, the feeling of having it now, not tomorrow, not someday, now. When you assume the state of the wish fulfilled and you hold it, the world must rearrange itself. Doors open, people show up, situations shift. What is yours rushes toward you because you have called it with conviction. You are not waiting on your desire is waiting on you. So decide the life you choose to experience. Imagine the end as though it is your present. Feel the satisfaction deeply. Persist for 3 days with absolute inner allegiance, and then watch how fast reality bends. The fastest way to your desires is to already be the version of you who has them. Speak the inner truth. It is already done. It is already mine. I am living it now. 3 days of unwavering assumption. That is all it takes. Your manifestation is not in the future, it is here and now. It is time for you to claim it. Your imagination is the workshop of destiny. What you accept as true becomes your reality. Every outcome you have ever experienced began first as a thought, a belief, an inner assumption. Long before the world around you rearranged itself, something within you shifted. Imagination is not something childish or trivial. It is the most powerful, creative force you possess. It is the silent architect behind the scenes of your life, constructing experiences that match the truth you hold within yourself. Every time you imagine something with feeling, you are giving life to a new possibility. You are allowing the invisible to take shape even before it becomes visible. The mistake is believing that imagination is separate from real life, when in truth, imagination is the origin of everything that becomes real. The chair you sit on, the phone you use, the home you live in, All were once ideas in someone's mind. They had no physical form until imagination gave them one. The same principle applies to your relationships, your finances, your health, and your future. When you accept an idea as true, whether it is empowering or limiting, you activate a law that ensures it must express itself. The mind does not judge what you give it. It does not filter between what you want and what you fear. It simply creates based on what you assume to be real. This is why your inner dialogue matters. This is why your private visions shape your public life. You have been imagining your life into existence without even realizing it. Every doubt you've repeated, every fear you've entertained, every limitation you've accepted, those were seeds you planted, and life, being fertile soil, allowed them to grow. But just as easily, you can plant new seeds. You can imagine success instead of struggle, love instead of loneliness, abundance instead of lack. The moment you accept these new ideas as your truth, everything begins to shift. Imagination does not wait for permission. It does not check the current circumstances to see if change is possible. It knows it is the source of change. When you deliberately choose the images you dwell on, you take the steering wheel of your destiny. You overrule appearances and replace them with intention. You stop being a victim of life and become the creator of life. The secret is to imagine and feel the end result as though it is happening right now. When imagination and emotion join together, they produce a force so strong the universe has no choice but to respond. Your reality rearranges itself to match the new truth you hold within. People, opportunities, and events you could never have predicted begin to appear. Things that once seemed impossible suddenly become inevitable. The world will always mirror the assumptions you persist in. If you want to change the reflection, you must first change what you are imagining. Believe in the unseen. Trust the power that breathes life into your dreams. Your imagination is the workshop of destiny, and you are the master builder. The desire fulfilled begins with a decision. Assume the end and live from it, not toward it. The moment you choose the outcome in your mind, the moment you say, "This is already mine," everything in your reality begins shifting to align with that assumption. You do not wait for signs, evidence, or permission from the outside world. You give yourself permission through your decision. You claim the end as your truth before the world has the chance to show it to you. Those people live toward their desires. They imagine themselves on the way, still lacking, still hoping, still waiting. They place their dreams in the distance, treating them as goals they must earn through struggle and time. But what they don't realize is that by living toward the desire, they reinforce the belief that they don't have it yet. And as long as the belief of not yet remains dominant, the desire remains distant. True manifestation flips this logic completely. You live from the end, as though you already are the one who has the success, the love, the abundance. You shift your identity first. You occupy the state of the fulfilled desire so fully that there is no room for doubt. You make the decision so deeply that the external world must follow. This decision is not about forcing or pretending. It is a quiet certainty, an inner knowing. You adopt the perspective and feelings of the version of you who already possesses what you want. If you desire wealth, you don't walk as someone striving for abundance. You walk as someone who is financially secure. If you desire love, you don't think like someone waiting to be chosen. You think like someone already adored. If you desire healing, you don't identify with illness. You identify with wholeness. Life responds to identity. The universe reflects back who you believe yourself to be. When you assume the end, you are changing your self-concept. You are saying, "This is who I am now," and the world must reorganize to mirror that version of you. This is why the decision is everything. In that single moment of inner commitment, not hesitation, not half belief, you set manifestation into motion. The decision itself is the beginning of fulfillment. You do not chase outcomes, you attract them through alignment. You no longer need to check, worry, or doubt because your assumption has already secured the result. Living from the end is the ultimate expression of faith. When you decide the outcome and hold that state with persistence, you are declaring that your inner reality is more powerful than appearances. And soon, appearances shift to match your declaration. Every desire you hold is waiting for one thing, for you to decide that the end is already achieved. Once that decision is made, every step, every coincidence, every encounter becomes part of the bridge leading you to the physical expression of what you already claimed. You are not journeying toward your dreams, you are living from them. The decision is the beginning, and the end is guaranteed. A desire fulfilled begins with a decision. Assume the end and live from it, not toward it. Every transformation starts the moment you choose to accept the final outcome as already done. This decision is not simply an intellectual choice. It is an inner shift in identity. It is the moment you stop being the person who wants and become the person who has. When you decide with conviction that your desire is reality, your inner world aligns with the fulfilled state, and your outer world must follow that alignment. Most people try to manifest from a place of longing. They focus on what they don't have, hoping that eventually they will earn it or attract it. But the more they reinforce the idea that their desire is in the future, the more the future keeps stretching ahead of them. Desire, when paired with waiting, becomes distance, and distance keeps the dream out of reach. The secret is to eliminate the gap between you and what you want. You close that gap by assuming the end as present now. This assumption shifts everything: your thoughts, your tone, your decisions, your energy. You no longer think like someone lacking, because lack is not part of your identity anymore. You speak as the person who has the opportunity, the love, the wealth, the health, the success already in hand. You don't ask if it will happen, you operate with the knowing that it has happened in the unseen and is unfolding visibly. Living from the end means walking through life with the inner satisfaction of the fulfilled desire. You imagine the outcome so vividly and consistently that your inner experience becomes richer and more real than current circumstances. And because the outer world is only a reflection of the inner state you persist in, it must eventually show you the result you have assumed. This is not imagination as escape, this is imagination as creation. When you hold a state of fulfillment with unwavering loyalty, you are planting the seed of your desire in the soil of consciousness. And once planted, the harvest is guaranteed. Doubts may arise, old beliefs may try to pull you backward, but the decision to assume the end gives you a new emotional home. You no longer entertain anything that contradicts your chosen reality. Persistence in assumption is the key. Not force, but certainty. Not struggle, but faith. Every time you affirm the end in your heart and feel its truth, you strengthen the foundation of your manifestation. Soon opportunities appear that you could never have predicted. People show up who are part of your unfolding story. The path forms beneath your feet as you walk in the identity of the one who has already won. The decision is the moment your life changes. The desire becomes real the instant you claim it. You don't wait for the world to prove it. Your assumption itself is the proof. So choose the end boldly. Live from the fulfilled state with joy. Hold the feeling that the victory is already yours. Because once you make that decision, reality has no choice but to obey. 3 days is not about time. It's about unwavering conviction. Time is not what manifests your desire. Belief does. The number of days is symbolic of a state of mind that remains unchanged and loyal to its vision. When you commit to the outcome with your whole being, when your assumption remains firm and unshaken, manifestation can occur swiftly. 3 days represents the period in which you completely detach from doubt and fully embrace the reality of your desired result. Many people think manifestation requires waiting for signs, waiting for progress, waiting for the world to align. But waiting implies uncertainty. It implies that the desire is not yet here, that the fulfillment is still far away. In truth, manifestation unfolds the instant you decide that what you have imagined is already yours. The 3 days simply symbolize a short season of inner consistency where you refuse to entertain anything contradictory to your assumption. Conviction is the power behind creation. It is the mental and emotional stance that says, "This is done. I have it now." Once you claim that inner truth, you hold it like a precious secret, not seeking validation from the outside, not scanning for evidence. Instead, you rest in a calm expectancy. You trust the unseen process. Your conviction is the seed, and faith is the soil that protects its growth. During those symbolic 3 days, your inner world becomes immovable. Old fears may whisper, circumstances may appear unchanged, but you remain steadfast. You remind yourself that the outer world is only a delayed reflection of what you have already accepted within. You stop surrendering to appearances and instead insist on the reality of your desire through feeling. The conviction becomes so natural that it no longer feels like imagination. It feels like truth. When conviction deepens, everything shifts. You notice your self-talk is different. The tone of your thoughts rises. Your behavior aligns with success, love, health, or abundance, whatever it is you have claimed. You no longer ask how long, because you are already living the result internally. Time becomes irrelevant. The creation is already complete, and the physical world simply follows the script you've written in consciousness. The reason manifestation can occur rapidly, within days, hours, or moments, is because the universe responds instantly to inner certainty. There is no resistance when the mind is fully unified with belief. The bridge of events forms quickly because there is nothing opposing the fulfillment. What slows manifestation is not the desire, it is the doubt that competes with it. 3 days is the period of unwavering inner fixation, where you no longer oscillate between belief and disbelief. You choose the end, and you remain in that chosen state. It is the season where the old self dissolves and the new self emerges fully formed. So understand this. 3 days is not a countdown on a calendar. It is a demonstration of mental discipline emotional loyalty, and spiritual certainty. It is the time it takes for you to stop questioning and start knowing. And once you know, truly know, manifestation becomes inevitable. Feeling is the bridge between the invisible idea and the visible world. It is not enough to merely think about what you want. Thought alone is like a seed that has not yet touched the soil. It carries potential, but without emotional nourishment, it cannot grow or bear fruit. Feeling gives life to thought. Feeling gives shape to the unseen. Feeling is what transforms a simple desire into a living reality. Every moment you experience a desire, the mind may paint a picture of what you want, but it is the feeling, the inner sensation of having it, that begins the manifestation process. When your heart engages with your imagination, the idea becomes more than a mental construct. It becomes a state of consciousness that you embody. The universe responds to that state, not to idle wishing. Feeling is the language creation understands. If you imagine success but feel fear, doubt, or unworthiness, the energy you emit is not aligned with success. You are emotionally tied to the lack of the desire rather than the fulfillment of it. This is why people sometimes say they are manifesting but see no results. They are visualizing the dream while emotionally living the opposite. The world reflects what you feel to be true, not what you hope to be true. Feeling is the evidence of your assumption. It is the inner confirmation that your desire is already yours. When you feel the joy of achievement before the achievement arrives, when you feel the relief of answered prayers before anything changes, when you feel the love of the relationship before the person enters your life, you are signaling to reality that fulfillment is present now, and reality must rise to mirror that presence. Your feelings imprint the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind controls your habits, decisions, perception, and opportunities. When you consistently feel aligned with your desire, you naturally begin to think, act, and respond as the version of you who already has it. Life then organizes itself to support that identity. People show up, circumstances shift, solutions appear, synchronicities unfold. Feeling is the catalyst that activates these changes. The clearer and stronger the feeling, the faster the bridge forms between the invisible and the visible. It doesn't require force or strain. True feeling is effortless. It is the quiet knowing, the soft certainty, the warm inner satisfaction that tells you the outcome is secured. The body relaxes. The mind becomes peaceful. You no longer question if or when. You simply rest in the fulfilled state. So when you imagine your desire, let your heart participate fully. Let your emotions rise into the experience. Feel the end result as if it surrounds you now. Let the joy, gratitude, and confidence fill your imagination with life. For every reality you have ever lived began as a feeling first. Feeling is not just part of the manifestation process. It is the bridge that carries your desire from the unseen realm into the physical world. When the feeling of having becomes stronger than the feeling of wanting, the manifestation is complete. Persist in the inner state until the outer world bends to match it. The reality you experience is a delayed reflection of the assumptions you hold within. It does not instantly show you what you believe. It reveals what you persist in. One moment of imagining is powerful, but persistence is what transforms imagination into form. The world around you may take time to adjust, not because the desire is distant, but because old beliefs and previous assumptions are still playing themselves out. Your job is not to chase change outwardly, but to remain loyal to the inner transformation until it becomes the only truth you recognize. Persistence is the quiet courage of manifestation. It is choosing your inner reality again and again, even when physical evidence has not yet appeared. It is refusing to give attention to contradictions. It is staying faithful to the vision when circumstances seem to argue otherwise. The outer world is only a mirror, and a mirror does not change until the original changes. When you decide that your inner state is the real world, the only world that matters, then the physical realm must follow your lead. Every time you return to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you strengthen the foundation of your new reality. You are imprinting that truth deeper into the subconscious, anchoring it as your identity. And once the subconscious accepts a new identity, the visible world cannot resist reflecting it. Opportunities shift. People respond differently. Paths open that were once invisible. What looked like delay suddenly reveals itself as divine timing. Persistence does not mean effort or struggle. It means conscious assumption. It means aligning your inner conversations, reactions, and emotions with your chosen end. Instead of worrying, you affirm. Instead of fearing, you assume. Instead of observing the old, you stay rooted in the new. You do not allow temporary appearances to convince you that nothing is happening, because you know everything is happening. Beneath the surface, there will be moments where doubt tries to creep in, telling you that nothing is changing. But doubt is only a sign that the old story is losing its power. When you refuse to feed it, it fades. The inner state becomes dominant, and once dominant, it must be expressed. The outer world has no will of its own. It is obedient to the impressions you persistently hold. This is the law of creation. To persist is to declare, what I want is already mine, and I will not abandon this truth. You remain unmoved in your knowing. You act, think, and feel as the person who has already received. Persistence turns imagination into inevitability. It transforms desire into destiny. So hold your vision firmly. Return to the fulfilled state every time your attention drifts. Trust the unseen movement. Keep your heart anchored in the end result. When you persist long enough, the physical world has no choice but to surrender to the power of your assumption. Reality will bend because you never did. Every event you experience is an echo of what you once assumed. Change the assumption and you change the echo. Life is always reflecting you back to yourself. The situations, people, and outcomes you encounter are not random accidents or twists of fate. They are the mirrored expressions of the beliefs you have accepted as true over time. The inner world speaks first, and the outer world responds. What you assume in the quietness of your mind reverberates into the noise of your daily existence. Your assumptions are the silent scripts that your life follows. They shape your expectations, and those expectations shape your reality. If deep down you believe that things always work out for others but not for you, life will present experiences that support that belief. If you assume love is difficult, relationships will reflect struggle. If you assume abundance is scarce, opportunities will seem limited. These outcomes are not punishments, they are mirrors. They show you the assumptions you have planted within. But the beauty of this truth is that you can rewrite the script at any moment. You do not have to continue living out old stories or repeating familiar patterns. When you change your assumption, you shift the foundation that reality builds upon. A new inner belief creates a new outer response. Life cannot continue echoing the same experiences when the source of those experiences has transformed. Every event is simply the result of past assumptions expressed on a delay. If you do not like the current echo, don't fight the world, change the inner sound. Stop trying to rearrange external circumstances through effort and force. Instead, go to the origin, the mind. Align your thoughts and feelings with the version of yourself who already lives the life you want. Assume that you are deserving. Assume that you are chosen. Assume that you are supported. Assume that things come easily to you. These become new seeds that life must nurture into physical form. Shifting assumptions is not about convincing the world, it's about convincing yourself. When you truly adopt a new inner stance and persist in it, your reality will eventually reveal that shift. People may treat you differently, unexpected opportunities may arise, solutions become visible. What was once blocked suddenly opens. The echo changes because the original thought has changed. This process requires patience and loyalty to the new assumption. The old echo may continue for a short while because previous beliefs are still dissolving, but instead of reacting to what you see, respond from what you have chosen to believe. Your inner state must remain stronger than the outer reflection. When it does, the world will have no choice but to catch up. Your life is not shaped by chance, it is shaped by assumption. The loudest echo in your reality is the result of the quietest belief in your heart. Change that belief, and your entire world shifts. Every new assumption is a new destiny. Every new state of mind is a new path unfolding. You are the source, and life is the echo. Your life changes the moment you decide to believe in the reality of your desire more than the illusion of delay. When you imagine with conviction, feel with certainty, and persist with unwavering faith, you activate the fastest route to manifestation. You are not waiting on the world is waiting on you. Every shift begins within. Every miracle starts as an assumption you dare to hold. Use the end. Live from the fulfilled state. Trust the bridge of events. Your desire is already accomplished in the unseen, and soon the visible world will confirm what you have claimed. The power is in you. The authority is in you. Your future is not ahead, it is now. Thank you for listening. When you open your eyes in the morning, you are not just waking from sleep. You are awakening to creation itself. The dawn is not merely a new time, it is a sacred threshold between the unseen and the seen. In that quiet space, before the world begins to demand your attention, heaven listens to the vibration of your belief. What you assume in those early moments becomes the law of your day. To start your day with faith is to align yourself with divine order. Faith is not hope, nor is it blind optimism. It is knowing. It is the still assurance that even when you cannot see the way is already made. Every situation, every delay, every encounter is being perfectly arranged by unseen intelligence to serve your good. The moment you believe this, you release yourself from fear. The external world may appear uncertain, but faith whispers it is already done. Your faith is the architect of your reality. It does not wait for proof, it gives birth to proof. What you hold in consciousness with conviction must eventually express itself in form. So, if you begin your morning affirming, God is making everything work for me, you have already set into motion a chain of divine activity. Forces you cannot see begin to move. People are inspired, opportunities are arranged, and circumstances unfold in perfect timing, all responding to your inner assumption. Many rise each day reacting to what they see, but the awakened soul knows that the world is only a mirror. If you start your day with worry, the world reflects worry. But if you start your day with faith, the world bends to faith. The key is not to wait for external reassurance. The key is to know that your inner belief precedes your outer experience. Faith is the invisible cause behind visible effects. Before you step out into the noise of the day, find your stillness. Speak within yourself the language of certainty. Today, all things are working together for my good. Every delay is protection. Every challenge is a setup for increase. This inner decree becomes law, and creation obeys. God is not a distant being arranging your life from afar. He is the life within you, shaping reality through your faith-filled consciousness. Gratitude is the fragrance of faith. When you rise in the morning and give thanks for blessings not yet seen, you prove your trust in divine timing. Gratitude declares it is already mine, and as you move through your day in that vibration, heaven rushes to confirm your belief. You begin to notice that what once felt delayed suddenly flows with ease. What seemed against you was secretly preparing the way for something better. So today, begin with faith. Not the faith that waits for evidence, but the faith that creates it. Look at your reflection in the morning and remind yourself, the power that made me is the same power guiding my steps today. Nothing is random. Everything is working for me. Walk through this day knowing that divine intelligence is ahead of you, behind you, and within you. Every closed door redirects you, not rejects you. Every silence hides divine preparation. When faith is your first thought, peace becomes your companion, and miracles become your routine. Begin your day in faith, and you will discover that God has been working all along, arranging every detail, turning every shadow into light, and making everything work for you. Each morning arrives as a quiet, sacred gift, a threshold between the unseen and the seen. It is not merely the start of a new day, but the opening of a canvas so pure and unmarked that it responds to the first strokes of your consciousness. The moment you awaken, before the noise of the world begins to pull at your attention, you are in a space of infinite potential. This space is not ordinary. It is charged with the power to create, to shape your reality, and to align with the unseen forces that govern life. The morning offers you the rare opportunity to meet the day with clarity, intention, and faith, rather than reacting to circumstances as they appear. In those first quiet moments, your mind is like soft clay, ready to take the imprint of your inner belief. What you assume in this sacred time will echo throughout your day. If your mind fills with worry, doubt, or fear, the world will mirror these states. But if you rise with faith, with certainty that all is working for your good, you set in motion an invisible current that shapes your reality to match your assumption. This is the magic of mornings, the power to establish your state of consciousness before the world imposes its own rhythm. Every sunrise is a personal invitation from life itself. It whispers, "Here is another chance. Here is another beginning. Here is a moment to declare who you are and what you believe. No matter what yesterday held, today begins anew. The past, with its mistakes and limitations, does not dictate the present. Each morning you stand at the doorway of infinite possibilities. How you step into it, whether in fear, hesitation, or in faith and confidence, determines the pattern of your experiences. To embrace the sacredness of the morning is to recognize that life itself is responsive to consciousness. The outer world is nothing more than a reflection of what you hold within. When you start your day intentionally, imagining, believing, and feeling that all things are aligned for your benefit, the universe responds. Opportunities present themselves, challenges dissolve more easily, and doors that seemed closed begin to open. The morning, therefore, is not just a time of day, it is a spiritual practice, a laboratory of creation, where faith becomes form. The morning invites stillness. In silence, without distraction, you connect with the deeper currents of life. Thoughts are freshest, belief is most potent, and imagination is alive with vivid possibility. In this sacred silence, you can plant the seeds of intention, gratitude, and trust, knowing that these seeds will grow into tangible experiences as the day unfolds. To honor the morning is to honor your own creative power. It is to understand that each day is a mirror, reflecting back to you the energy and assumption you bring to it. Therefore, awaken with reverence, not merely with routine. Let the first breath of day be a declaration of faith. Let your thoughts and emotions be guided by the certainty that all is orchestrated for your good. In this sacred moment, you are a co-creator with the unseen, a conscious architect of your reality. Each morning is not just another day. It is a divine invitation to step into your power, to shape your life from the inside out, and to witness the miraculous unfold before you. The moment you awaken, your mind is like fertile soil, ready to receive the seeds of thought and belief that will shape the experiences of your day. What you assume in those first moments is far more than fleeting thought. It is the blueprint for your reality. Consciousness is the soil, and faith is the seed. If you plant seeds of doubt, fear, or worry, the day will sprout circumstances that reflect those states. But if you plant seeds of faith, certainty, and positive expectation, your external world will respond in kind. The day does not begin with the events you encounter. It begins with the assumptions you hold in your inner world. Everything you experience is a reflection of the state of your consciousness, for your outer world is always a mirror of your inner belief. Upon waking, your thoughts are most potent, least cluttered by the opinions, judgments, and distractions of others. This is the perfect time to consciously choose what you will believe about your day, about your life, and about yourself. You may not yet see the proof, but that does not diminish the power of your assumption. Faith is not waiting for evidence. It is the act of assuming the reality of what you desire before it manifests. To rise in the morning and declare within yourself that today is filled with opportunity, favor, and divine guidance is to set into motion forces that the senses cannot perceive, but that the universe cannot resist. The day unfolds to confirm what you assume in the quiet of your mind. The law is simple. Your outer world cannot rise above the nature of your inner convictions. If your first thoughts upon waking are aligned with fear, limitation, or negativity, the world will conform to that vibration. Conversely, if your first assumption is that all is working for you, that you are supported, guided, and favored, then the day will reflect those truths. This is not speculation, it is the natural response of consciousness. Life cannot contradict your inner reality. It is bound to mirror it. Therefore, every morning presents a choice: to assume consciously or to drift unconsciously. To assume consciously is to recognize the immense creative power you wield. When you awaken, you are not a passive participant in life, but an active architect of the circumstances that will manifest. Your beliefs, even before spoken or acted upon, have already begun to shape the trajectory of your day. By holding the thought, "Everything I encounter today is for my highest good," or "I am guided and protected in every step I take," you establish a vibration that organizes events, people, and opportunities in harmony with your assumption. Faith is not a wish, it is a knowing. It is a deep inner certainty that your unseen world is aligning perfectly with your desire. By beginning your day in consciousness, by planting seeds of belief and expectation, you set a pattern that the day will inevitably follow. Your inner conviction is the hidden hand that shapes the visible world, and the morning is the sacred moment when you can consciously direct it. The quality of your assumptions upon waking determines the quality of your experiences. For life, in all its fullness, reflects only what you hold as true within. The presence of God in your life is not distant or inactive. It is a living force that moves in perfect harmony with your inner state. God does not act randomly or without reason, nor does divine intelligence work against your desires. Instead, God moves through the vibration of your belief, aligning circumstances, people, and opportunities to reflect the reality you assume within. Your trust is not passive, it is an active instrument of creation. The very moment you believe that all things are working for your good, unseen forces respond. What appears as chance or coincidence is simply the divine orchestration of life aligning itself with the frequency of your faith. Belief is the channel through which divine power flows. When you trust fully, when you hold a conviction that your life is guided, your faith resonates with an unseen current that begins to move all things into place. Even before you take action, before events manifest outwardly, the spiritual forces are already arranging circumstances to match your inner vision. This is why faith is described as being the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It is not about waiting for proof, but knowing that what you assume internally will inevitably manifest externally. The unseen hand of God is always at work, but it works most powerfully through the instrument of your inner conviction. Every challenge or obstacle that appears in life is not a random occurrence, but a part of divine intelligence responding to your level of faith. When you hold strong belief, even the difficulties are reshaped to serve you. They become opportunities, guidance, and stepping stones rather than hindrances. God moves not in contradiction to your belief, but in alignment with it. If your faith falters, the current slows. If your trust is unwavering, the invisible hand works swiftly to arrange everything in your favor. Circumstances are fluid, pliable, and responsive to the vibration you hold. Your thoughts, emotions, and assumptions create an energetic blueprint. God in the unseen realm moves in perfect correspondence with that blueprint. When you imagine, feel, and assume the life you desire, divine intelligence begins to rearrange every detail to conform to your inner state. People cross your path who reflect your belief. Opportunities appear that match your expectation, and doors that were previously closed open without effort. This is the mystery of faith. The unseen moves first, responding to your inner conviction, and the visible world follows naturally. It is essential to understand that trust is not passive waiting, it is active alignment. It is the recognition that the creative power of the universe is already working on your behalf, shaping events to manifest the vision you hold within. The unseen hand of God is most potent when your belief is strongest, for it operates like a mirror, reflecting the exact nature of your faith. Your task is simple: cultivate unwavering trust, hold fast to the inner reality of your desire, and let God's invisible power orchestrate the outer reality. When you comprehend that God moves through your belief, life becomes a dance of co-creation. You are not powerless. You are a partner with the divine. Every thought of faith, every act of trust, every inner assumption becomes the lever that sets the universe in motion. Circumstances bend, challenges dissolve, and reality itself is shaped to match your inner vision. God's work is constant, perfect, and tireless, but it always responds to the vibration of your belief, transforming your inner certainty into outward manifestation. The power of assumption is one of the most profound truths of life, yet it is often overlooked. Everything begins in the realm of consciousness, and what you assume with conviction sets the stage for all experiences. To assume is not to hope or wish, it is to accept something as already true. When you live in the assumption that all things are working together for your good, you are making a declaration to the universe, an inner decree that shapes every event, circumstance, and encounter in your life. The external world cannot resist the command of your inner belief. It organizes itself according to the pattern of your assumption. Assumption is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. You do not need to know how things will happen, nor do you need to see the evidence first. Your responsibility is to hold the reality you desire as if it already exists. When you assume that life is conspiring in your favor, the universe aligns to reflect that inner reality. Doors open that seemed locked, opportunities appear that were previously hidden, and people and circumstances begin to move in harmony with your assumption. What you hold firmly in consciousness is the seed from which your outer experiences grow. The mind naturally seeks to justify what it believes. When you assume positively, your thoughts, words, and actions are automatically guided to reflect that assumption. Even challenges and obstacles begin to rearrange themselves in ways that serve your highest good. This is the subtle yet undeniable law of assumption. Reality does not contradict your inner state. It mirrors it perfectly. Therefore, when you assume that all things are working together for your benefit, you are essentially commanding reality from within. Every event, no matter how small, becomes a reflection of that inner certainty. Most people allow external circumstances to shape their assumptions. They see a delay, a disappointment, or a difficulty, and immediately assume that life is against them. But the awakened mind does the opposite. It assumes first and lets the outer world adjust to match that inner conviction. The act of assuming consciously requires courage and discipline, for it often goes against what the senses report. Yet it is precisely this act that creates miracles. What you assume in your consciousness is far more real than the fleeting appearances around you, because consciousness is the cause, and the world is merely the effect. Assumption is also a practice of imagination and feeling. To assume that all things are working together for your good is to dwell in the feeling of certainty, as if your desires are already fulfilled. Your emotions are powerful indicators of your assumptions. When you feel the reality of your assumption, your inner vibration resonates with the energy of creation itself. This alignment activates the unseen forces, orchestrating circumstances that bring your inner belief into physical manifestation. The key is consistency. It is not enough to assume once and then doubt. The mind and heart must dwell continually in the assumption that everything is harmonizing for your benefit. Each thought, each emotion, and each action should reinforce this inner reality. Over time, what was once imagined becomes your tangible experience. Life bends effortlessly to match the pattern of your assumption. The unseen obeys the law of belief, and creation always fulfills what you assume with unwavering faith. Before the world awakens in full force, before the demands, distractions, and voices of others pull at your attention, there is a sacred window of silence, a space in which the mind and heart can align with the divine current that governs all things. This is the moment to center yourself, to step inward, and to rise above the outer noise that threatens to scatter your focus and weaken your faith. The clamor of the world, its opinions, its fears, its urgencies, cannot penetrate the quiet mind that has been intentionally stilled in faith. By consciously withdrawing from this noise, you create a space where divine orchestration can move without resistance, where the unseen hand can arrange events in perfect order on your behalf. Silencing the outer noise is not merely about avoiding distraction, it is about tuning your inner frequency to the source of all creation. The world around you is a mirror reflecting the state of your consciousness. If your mind is filled with chaos, worry, or reactive thought, your day will reflect that disorder. But if you begin in stillness, affirming the certainty of divine guidance and trusting that all is working in your favor, the world begins to rearrange itself around that inner alignment. Opposition and obstacles, no matter how imposing they may seem, are powerless against the force of your centered faith. When you rise early, before the day's responsibilities clamor for your attention, you step into a sacred laboratory of creation. In this silence, you can speak to the invisible realm with clarity and certainty. You can visualize, affirm, and feel the reality you wish to see, knowing that the universe responds to the energy of your conviction. This is not wishful thinking. It is the conscious act of alignment. The outer world cannot manifest anything contrary to the vibration you hold within. When your mind is quiet and your faith unwavering, even the strongest opposition bends, shifts, and dissolves to make way for the unfolding of your desired reality. Faith thrives in stillness because it is in silence that you perceive the subtle guidance of divine intelligence. The answers, inspirations, and confirmations you seek do not come from the outer world, but from the inner sanctuary of your being. By silencing external distractions, you allow yourself to hear the whisper of direction that orchestrates all things in perfect timing. This is why prayer, meditation, and early morning reflection are not optional. They are essential practices for those who wish to live in alignment with their highest potential. The day, when approached from chaos, becomes a battlefield. The day, when approached from centered faith, becomes a stage upon which miracles unfold effortlessly. These are personal The practice of silencing the outer noise is also an act of protection. It shields your consciousness from fear, doubt, and the energies of others that may not serve your highest good. By beginning the day in deliberate stillness, you fortify your mind and heart against distraction, allowing faith to take the lead. Every thought, every feeling, and every action throughout the day flows more smoothly when the first moments are invested in quiet alignment with the divine current. Life first ends in quiet alignment with the divine current. To center yourself in faith before the day begins is to acknowledge a profound truth. No opposition can stand against divine orchestration. What may appear as delay, resistance, or challenge is often a sign of unseen forces preparing the way for your highest good. When you begin in silence, trusting fully, you move through the day unshaken, carrying the certainty that all is already working in your favor. The outer noise may rage, but the inner stillness is invincible. It is in this sacred silence that your faith grows, your reality aligns, and miracles become inevitable. Gratitude is the language of the soul, the expression of faith made visible, and the most powerful force you can bring into the first moments of your day. When you begin your morning in gratitude, you are no longer petitioning the universe or negotiating with life. You are aligning yourself with the certainty that what you desire is already yours. To be grateful is to acknowledge the unseen as present, the invisible as real, and the promises of life as already fulfilled. It is a recognition that the divine intelligence governing your life is not distant or indifferent, but actively working to bring forth your highest good. Gratitude is the natural outflow of faith, the tangible proof that what you believe inwardly is already manifesting outwardly. Starting the day with gratitude shifts your consciousness from lack to abundance, from doubt to certainty, and from fear to trust. Most people begin their mornings by thinking of what is missing, what went wrong yesterday, or what problems may arise today. But the awakened soul begins by dwelling on what is already given, what is already completed, and what is already moving in their favor. Gratitude is not passive. It is a creative act. When you feel gratitude for your desires before they appear, you are planting energetic seeds that the universe responds to. You are effectively telling life, I trust that all is done, all is mine, and all is arranged perfectly. This vibration of thankfulness is irresistible to the unseen forces. It draws to you the people, circumstances, and opportunities that align with your inner certainty. Expressing gratitude first thing in the morning transforms your day. It changes the lens through which you perceive every experience. Challenges become lessons, delays become guidance, and what once seemed like lack becomes preparation for greater fulfillment. The mind attuned to gratitude sees solutions instead of problems, blessings instead of obstacles, and possibilities instead of limitations. This is why the practice of gratitude is so deeply tied to faith. It embodies the belief that your life is already ordered in perfection, that every detail, seen and unseen, is arranged to bring you closer to the fulfillment of your desires. To practice gratitude effectively, imagine and feel your desires as already realized. Thank life for the success you seek, the love you wish to receive, the opportunities that are coming, and the health, prosperity, and peace that are already present in divine form. Speak words of thanks, write them, or simply feel them deeply within your being. By doing so, you are aligning your emotional and mental state with the reality you wish to experience. The vibration of gratitude acts as a magnet, drawing the external world to match the internal state of your mind. Gratitude protects your faith from doubt. When you begin the day acknowledging what is already working for you, You are less likely to be swayed by appearances or temporary setbacks. It creates a shield of assurance that the divine is orchestrating all events in perfect timing. You walk through the day knowing that what is unseen is as real, as present, and as active as anything you can see. In this state, nothing can disturb your peace, nothing can diminish your certainty, and miracles become the natural expression of your inner alignment. Gratitude is therefore not simply a polite acknowledgement, it is faith in action. It is the outward expression of an inward knowing, the living proof that the life you imagine and believe is already unfolding. To begin your day in gratitude is to step into a current of divine fulfillment, to move through the hours with confidence, joy, and expectation, and to witness the unseen made visible as all things work together for your highest good. As we bring this reflection to a close, remember that your morning set the tone for your entire life. Every day offers a sacred opportunity to align with the divine intelligence that moves unseen, orchestrating everything in your favor. When you start your day with faith, when you assume the good, silence the distractions, and express gratitude as if your desires are already fulfilled, you step into a life of effortless flow and divine orchestration. The world around you is a mirror, reflecting the state of your inner consciousness. By nurturing faith, belief, and gratitude within, you transform not only your day, but your entire reality. Nothing is random, nothing is wasted, and every detail, seen or unseen, is working together to bring you closer to your highest good. And you limit all of concentration. If you believe good, so rise each morning with confidence, knowing that the power within you, aligned with the divine, shapes your life beyond measure. Trust in the unseen, hold fast to your assumptions, and let gratitude guide your heart. When you live in this awareness, miracles cease to be extraordinary, they become the natural rhythm of your life. Thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you today. May you step into each morning with unwavering faith, knowing that God is making everything work for you. There comes a moment in every person's journey when the atmosphere around them begins to shift. Not because something outside changed, but because something inside awakened. Today I want you to recognize that this is your moment. This is your time of divine favor. This is the season where you rise, not through effort alone, but through the inner acceptance that you are chosen for expansion, elevation, and increase. Divine favor does not arrive with fireworks, it arrives in a whisper, a quiet knowing that life is aligning for your good. Long before opportunities knock on your door, they form inside your consciousness. Every blessing you are preparing to receive is already waiting in the invisible realm, shaping itself to match the state you hold within. When you feel favored, when you walk with that quiet confidence, you become magnetic to the greater things meant for your life. Get ready, because more is coming. And it's not coming from the outside in, it's coming from the inside out. The moment you choose to occupy the state of being favored, life begins to rearrange itself. People show up, resources appear, open doors that once seemed impossible suddenly swing wide. Not because they magically changed, but because you did. Your inner world is the architect of your outer experience, and favor is a state, a consciousness you step into. Understand this. Your imagination is not a daydreaming tool, it is a spiritual instrument. Whatever you vividly accept as yours in the unseen must eventually take shape in the seen. If you can feel it now, you will walk into it later. If you can assume it now, it must materialize. That is the quiet brilliance of divine favor. It does not ask you to struggle, it asks you to assume. Maybe life has challenged you lately. Maybe doors seemed to close, people walked away, opportunities faded. Don't misinterpret that. Often, the greatest difficulties appear right before the greatest rise. When the old state is dissolving, it can feel like chaos, but it is actually transformation. You are shedding what no longer fits because something greater is preparing to arrive. The pressure you feel is not punishment, it is preparation. This is your time, not next year, not someday in the future, now. The moment you claim favor, you activate it. The moment you accept abundance, it begins forming. The moment you step into the feeling of more, the universe says, let it be so. Your life expands to match the assumption you consistently hold. So get ready for increase, for promotion, for unexpected blessings. Get ready for doors you didn't even know existed. Get ready for opportunities tailored specifically for you. Get ready for more peace, more clarity, more confidence. Favor is not something you chase. It is something you embody. Stand tall in the unseen reality of your blessings. Walk as though life is conspiring for your good because it is. Speak as though everything is lining up for you because it already is. Feel as though the outcome is guaranteed because it is. And this is your time of divine favor. Step into it, own it, live from it, and watch as life rises to meet you with more than you ever imagined. Get ready, because more is not only coming, more is already yours. Divine favor does not enter your life through a change in circumstances. It begins the very moment you choose to accept it within yourself. Many people live their entire lives waiting for something external to confirm that they are blessed, loved, supported, or chosen. They wait for the job to come, the relationship to appear, the finances to improve, or the opportunity to open before they allow themselves to believe that they are favored. But divine favor does not work that way. It is not something that announces itself through external conditions first. It begins as an inner acceptance, a quiet, steady knowing that you are aligned with something greater than what you see. When you accept favor within, you shift into a new state of consciousness, and that state begins to influence everything around you. It changes how you speak to yourself, how you move through challenges, how you interpret setbacks, and how you engage with possibilities. You no longer approach life from a place of lack or uncertainty. You approach it from a place of identity. An identity rooted in being already favored. And when you stand in that identity, life responds accordingly. And the outer world is simply a reflection of the inner world. Circumstances follow consciousness, not the other way around. This means that nothing outside needs to change before you step into the awareness of divine favor. You do not need evidence to confirm it. You do not need validation from others. You do not need the situation to improve to believe that you are chosen for something greater. The belief itself is what starts the chain reaction that eventually alters your reality. It is important to understand that acceptance is not merely a thought, it is a feeling. True acceptance is an inner shift where you no longer question whether you are worthy of good things. You no longer debate whether blessings belong in your life. You quietly settle into the knowing that favor is your natural inheritance. Once that feeling is anchored, it becomes a magnet that draws matching experiences into your world. People often say, I will believe I am favored when my life gets better. But the truth is, life gets better when you believe you are favored. The moment you accept it internally, you begin to carry yourself differently. You make decisions from a place of confidence instead of fear. You take inspired action instead of hesitant steps. You are more open to opportunities, more receptive to guidance, and more aligned with the flow of life. This internal posture begins creating new pathways in your external world. Circumstances may take time to shift, but the inner acceptance is immediate. And once it happens, the outer world must eventually conform. Favor starts as a seed planted in consciousness, and with consistent acceptance, it grows into visible blessings. The change you experience internally will always precede the change you see externally. So the beginning of divine favor is not a moment in time, not an event, not a breakthrough, and not an unexpected blessing. The beginning is when you decide, quietly, fully, and without doubt, that favor is already yours. From that point onward, everything starts to move in alignment with that truth. Your imagination is far more than a place for idle thoughts or fleeting daydreams. It is the sacred workshop of reality, the unseen space where every blessing, every opportunity, and every favorable turn in your life first comes into being. Before anything appears in the physical world, it is formed in your mind. Every invention, every success, every relationship, every financial increase, and every moment of joy first exists in the realm of imagination. It is here, in the quiet inner space, that your desires take shape, that your future is crafted, and that divine favor begins to orchestrate itself on your behalf. Too often, people dismiss imagination as something frivolous or unreal. They see it as a distraction, a fantasy, or a luxury. Yet the truth is, imagination is the bridge between your current reality and the life you are destined to experience. It is the tool through which you communicate with the unseen, the medium through which you align yourself with possibilities that have not yet materialized. What you vividly imagine with feeling and conviction sends a signal to your inner being that this is real, that this is yours, and that the universe must respond accordingly. When you use your imagination intentionally, you are not merely thinking about your desires, you are experiencing them in the inner world as if they already exist. This is the moment where creation begins. The mind does not distinguish between what is imagined and what is physically real when the feeling of reality is present. Therefore, when you immerse yourself fully in the experience of your imagined blessings, feeling the gratitude, joy, peace, and fulfillment of having them, you are planting the seed of manifestation. These seeds grow in the unseen realm, forming the blueprint for the life you are about to walk into. Imagination is also the key to aligning with divine favor. The universe operates according to consciousness, not circumstance. What you hold in your inner vision with certainty and emotion begins to shape the outer world. The more vividly you imagine your blessings, the more real they become to your subconscious mind, which in turn orchestrates events, opportunities, and encounters that match that vision. Everything you are about to receive first exists in this inner workshop of thought and feeling. Every person, every chance, every breakthrough that comes your way is drawn to the reality you have imagined. It is essential to realize that imagination is not passive. It requires attention, consistency, and feeling. It is not enough to simply think, I want this or I hope for that. You must see it clearly in your mind, feel it in your heart, and inhabit the state of having it already. As you do this, your inner world aligns with the outer, and your blessings move from potential into manifestation. If you are waiting for life to deliver blessings before you feel joy, gratitude, or confidence, you are reversing the natural order. Blessings arrive because you first imagine and feel them within. Your imagination is the birthplace of all that is coming to you. It is the sacred space where the unseen becomes the blueprint for the seen. The more intentionally and miraculous your life becomes, the more abundant and miraculous your life becomes. Every blessing you are about to walk into has already been conceived in your imagination. Your task is to nurture it, live it inwardly, and allow it to manifest outwardly in its perfect time. Life does not respond primarily to your actions, your effort, or even your circumstances. It responds to the state you occupy. The state you occupy is the inner condition of your consciousness, the way you feel, think, and perceive yourself in any given moment. This inner state is the fertile soil from which your experiences grow. If you occupy a state of lack, limitation, or doubt, your external world will reflect scarcity, delay, and struggle. Conversely, if you occupy a state of favor, abundance, and inner certainty, life will expand to match that state, bringing opportunities, people, and circumstances that align with your inner reality. Stepping into the state of being favored is not about waiting for recognition or blessings to appear in the outer world. It is about cultivating an inner knowing that you are already the recipient of favor. When you accept that favor internally, you occupy a higher frequency, a state of consciousness that magnetizes the experiences, people, and outcomes you desire. Life always mirrors the dominant state you inhabit. If you are tense, doubtful, or fearful, life will mirror tension, doubt, and fear. But when you are confident, grateful, and certain of your favor, life expands in ways that seem miraculous, yet they are simply the natural reflection of your inner state. The state of being favored begins with imagination, belief, and feeling. It requires you to live as though favor is already present, even before you see evidence in the outer world. Imagine walking into a room knowing that doors will open for you, that people will recognize your value, and that circumstances will bend in your favor. That inner posture, when consistently held, shapes every action, word, and thought. Your presence alone begins to influence your environment, and the world responds to the state you inhabit. Favor is not something earned or requested. It is a state assumed and embodied. Many people wait for life to give them signs, for circumstances to improve, or for others to validate them. They fail to realize that the expansion of life is always in response to the state they occupy, not external conditions. Life does not wait, it is always expanding. If you occupy a state of limitation, life will expand within those limitations. If you occupy a state of favor, life expands into abundance, opportunity, and joy. The choice, therefore, is conscious. You can step into the state of being favored at any moment, and your inner world will begin shaping your outer reality accordingly. Challenges, delays, and obstacles may still appear, but when you are in the state of favor, they are no longer threats. They are signals that the old reality is dissolving and a greater one is forming. You move through life with confidence, knowing that favor is your natural state and that all experiences are orchestrated to align you with greater outcomes. To occupy the state of favor is to rise above doubt, fear, and limitation. It is to embrace an inner certainty that shapes every moment of your life. Life expands according to the state you occupy. It does not depend on effort alone or external conditions. Step into the state of being favored and watch as your inner certainty transforms your external world, bringing opportunities, blessings, and divine alignment beyond anything you could have imagined. Favor is not something you wait for, it is something you live from. And when you do, life responds with expansion, abundance, and fulfillment. What you assume as true in your inner world holds far more power than any external circumstance or event. Assumptions are not merely thoughts. They are convictions that quietly shape your perception, influence your feelings, and ultimately dictate the experiences you draw into your life. The mind and the imagination operate according to what is accepted as real, and the subconscious mind does not distinguish between something that is imagined and something that is tangible, so long as it is assumed as true. This is why the assumptions you carry, whether conscious or unconscious, act as an unseen law, shaping the reality you experience. Many people live under the illusion that the external world dictates their life, that they must wait for opportunities, recognition, or blessings to appear before they can feel fortunate, successful, or loved. Yet the truth is the opposite. Your outer world is always a reflection of the assumptions you hold within. If you assume that life is difficult, that people are untrustworthy, that success is out of reach, or that you are not deserving, your reality will mirror those assumptions. These beliefs act like invisible magnets, attracting experiences and circumstances that confirm what you have already accepted as true. On the other hand, when you deliberately assume positive, empowering truths, the unseen law begins to operate in your favor. If you assume that you are naturally favored, that opportunities are abundant, and that life is orchestrating events for your highest good, you start to experience life through a lens of alignment and possibility. The unseen law does not negotiate. It simply enforces what is assumed within. Every feeling, action, and perception becomes consistent with that internal assumption, gradually shaping the external world to match it. Assuming truth is not a passive mental exercise. It requires full engagement of the imagination and the emotions. To truly assume something as true is to inhabit it mentally and emotionally as though it is already reality. When you see yourself as already living the life you desire, feeling the outcomes you seek, and existing in alignment with your highest good, the subconscious mind accepts this as fact. From that acceptance, unseen forces, synchronistic events, and opportunities begin to arrange themselves around you in perfect harmony with your inner assumption. This principle also explains why many people struggle to change their lives despite effort, discipline, and action. Action alone without assumption is like pushing against the current of reality. The unseen law cannot be persuaded by mere trying or wishing. It responds only to what you occupy as true in your inner world. To alter your outer circumstances, you must first alter your inner assumption. You must assume the outcome, the favor, the abundance, or the blessing as already yours, and then act from that state. Every great achievement, every remarkable life change, every manifestation of abundance begins with an assumption. It begins when you quietly, confidently, and consistently accept a truth in your consciousness and refuse to let external conditions dictate otherwise. The unseen law is relentless, impartial, and exact. It will shape your world according to what you assume as true, whether for limitation or for expansion. By consciously choosing empowering assumptions, you align yourself with the creative forces of life and begin to see the outer world transformed to reflect the inner reality you have embraced. Your assumptions are the invisible architects of your destiny. What you accept as true is what forms the blueprint of your life, shaping your experiences, relationships, and opportunities. The unseen law operates without exception. What you assume in the inner realm becomes the foundation of the outer realm. Therefore, choose your assumptions wisely, assume your highest truths, and watch as life aligns to mirror the reality you have inwardly accepted. Challenges in life are often perceived as obstacles, setbacks, or evidence that things are going wrong. Yet, this perception misses the deeper truth. Challenges are signals, indicators that the old reality is dissolving to make way for something greater. Every difficulty, every unexpected twist, every moment of discomfort is not a punishment or a failure. It is a sign that the structure of your previous life, the old patterns, the outdated beliefs, and the limitations you have unconsciously carried is breaking down. This dissolution is necessary because new realities cannot take form while the old ones remain entrenched. The universe, life itself, and even your own inner being work according to a principle of transformation. Nothing that is meant to expand, elevate, or elevate your consciousness can enter while the old is clinging to its place. Challenges, therefore, serve a sacred function. They loosen your attachment to outdated structures, prompting you to release what no longer serves you. Often this feels uncomfortable, even painful, because the old reality is familiar and seemingly safe. Yet the moment of discomfort is exactly the moment where transformation begins. By recognizing challenges as signs of dissolution, you shift your perspective from resistance to acceptance, from frustration to anticipation. And anticipation, every challenge carries the invisible hand of creation. While it may appear as chaos on the surface, in the unseen realm, a greater reality is taking shape. Imagine the seed breaking open in the dark soil. The shell must dissolve, the structure must change, and only then can the new life emerge. Your current difficulties operate in the same way. They are breaking down old limitations, fear, doubt, lack of faith, or self-imposed restrictions, so that a more expansive, more aligned reality can grow in its place. The greater reality does not compete with the old, it simply requires the old to step aside. It is important to understand that the timing of this process is unseen. You may feel uncertain, impatient, or even disheartened, but the dissolution of the old and the formation of the new operate according to precise laws of consciousness. Your inner state during these challenges determines how quickly and fully the greater reality emerges. If you resist, fear, or despair, the process slows. But if you maintain faith, envision the new, and align yourself with the expectation of expansion, the unseen forces work harmoniously to bring the higher reality into manifestation. Challenges also serve as a teacher, refining your character, strengthening your resolve, and clarifying your desires. They reveal what you truly value and what you are ready to receive. As the old reality dissolves, you are being prepared mentally, emotionally, and spiritually to inhabit a state of greater abundance, clarity, and divine alignment. The greater reality is not just bigger in scope, it is higher in quality. more aligned with your authentic self, and more attuned to your highest good. Every challenge should be embraced as a signal of transformation rather than a threat. It is proof that life is not stagnant and that your inner and outer worlds are evolving. The discomfort of the present moment is temporary. It is the necessary crucible through which the new reality is forged. By trusting this process, holding your vision, and maintaining your state of faith and expectancy, you align yourself with the unfolding of a greater life. Challenges indicate that the old is dissolving, and if you are willing to embrace them consciously, they are also the very doorway through which a higher, more abundant, and more harmonious reality is forming. Your time of divine favor is not something that waits for a future date on the calendar, nor is it dependent on external circumstances lining up perfectly. It does not arrive when conditions are ideal, when people approve, or when opportunities are visible. Divine favor is immediate, and it manifests the moment you claim it within yourself and feel it as already yours. This is a principle of consciousness. The outer world always reflects the inner reality you occupy. When you fully embrace the feeling of being favored, when you inhabit it mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, life begins to align in perfect correspondence with that state. Many people postpone their sense of favor because they are waiting for proof in the physical world. They say, I will feel blessed when I get the promotion, or I will feel worthy when my circumstances improve. But this is the reverse of how life actually operates. The feeling comes first, and the physical evidence follows. To experience divine favor, you must act, think, and feel as though it is already your reality. You must occupy the state of having it now, without doubt, hesitation, or reservation. This internal claiming activates the unseen laws that govern life, and the external world begins to bend, shift, and align in harmony with your inner certainty. Feeling divine favor as already yours requires more than intellectual acknowledgement. It demands an emotional and imaginative embrace. You must feel the gratitude, the relief, the confidence, and the joy that come with being favored. Your imagination is the vehicle through which this state is inhabited. Picture yourself walking through life with doors opening before you, opportunities appearing naturally, and people responding positively to your presence. Hold that feeling with sincerity and intensity, and your subconscious mind accepts it as reality. Once this occurs, the unseen forces that govern life work to manifest that favor in tangible ways. The instant you claim divine favor, resistance begins to dissolve. Doubts, fears, and limiting beliefs lose their grip because they are not aligned with the state you now occupy. You stop struggling to make things happen and instead allow life to flow toward you effortlessly. Opportunities appear that were previously invisible. Synchronicities emerge that guide you to exactly what you need. Support arises from unexpected sources. All of these manifestations are not coincidences. They are the natural expression of claiming your state of favor within and allowing life to respond to it. It is essential to recognize that claiming divine favor is not about arrogance, entitlement, or external validation. It is a conscious choice to acknowledge your inherent alignment with abundance, opportunity, and goodness. By claiming it now, you move into a higher state of being that elevates your consciousness and attracts experiences in exact harmony with your assumption. The moment you fully accept it, the universe mirrors your inner reality. Divine favor is present, eternal, and accessible in every moment. Your time of divine favor does not need to wait for someone to approve, for circumstances to shift, or for luck to intervene. The moment you claim it as yours and embody it in feeling, imagination, and belief, it is already active in your life. By living from this state, by consistently feeling it as yours, you allow the flow of favor to manifest fully and effortlessly, transforming your life in ways that exceed your current expectations. Your claiming is the key, and the instant you turn the key within, the doors of divine favor open. In conclusion, your time of divine favor is not a distant dream or a hope for the future. It is a present reality waiting for you to claim it. Every blessing, every opportunity, and every form of abundance begins within, in the state you occupy, the assumptions you embrace, and the imagination you cultivate. Challenges, delays, and uncertainties are not obstacles. They are signs that the old is dissolving to make way for something far greater. The moment you accept favor within, feel it as already yours, and step into that state with unwavering belief, life begins to align effortlessly in perfect harmony with your inner reality. You are not waiting for divine favor, it is already flowing toward you. All that remains is for you to claim it, embody it, and walk into the life it has prepared for you. Thank you.